Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. I have nothing to say, really. Well, actually, that's not true. So this morning, I checked my Ergo keyboard, on which I spilled water yesterday, and it is unusable. The keys work, and they seem to work well, but the function key that would let me use the trackball as a scroll no longer works. And I am so not trying to fix that. Those who have assisted to my electronics stream know why. So yeah, it's no longer working. It's officially dead. I mean, I might try it in a day or two. Maybe there's a bit of humidity left in there. I don't know. And I'm at the point where I don't really care. I just don't want to have to deal with that anymore. Um, yeah. So I'm on my regular keyboard at the moment. I have ordered myself a roll bar mouse, which is something someone on another community showed me a while back. And I had my Ergo keyboard, so I wasn't going to buy it right then and there. But with that dead, I think I'm going to see, because ultimately, with the Ergo keyboard I buy that I like, it's less the ergo elements that I enjoy, and the fact that the trackball, the mouse control, is in the keyboard, so I don't have to constantly move my hand off. And I'm hoping that that will do the same thing. And we'll see. Alrighty, this morning it is read and correct. This will be a little different in that I no longer have enough chapters to read and correct to fill the entire session. Basically, mind your step is not getting read and correct until the second draft. So, and it's not a big deal. It's not like so yeah, like I've found it. What I'm going to do in part is do use this time to do read and corrects of the Tyrannus stories. Not a big deal. Well, not a big deal. That's not going to get recorded because I have no intention of putting that anywhere. And yeah, I and otherwise I'll find ways to keep busy. One of the interesting thing this situation creates is I no longer have to rush. Which is probably going to be a problem. I can definitely see that. See me starting getting lax and finding myself interesting. Alrighty, but to keep from getting too laxed, first I'll be right back, and then I'll get going. All right. Now I will get going. Why are you misaligned? That's interesting. That is interesting. Huh. All right. We'll get going with come on. There. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Let me fix that first, because, of course. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 32 of The Technician's Fight. The hangar was the definition of chaos to Jeremy, with Kelsarians in hunter armor moving about among personnel from repairs, maintenance, and a few other departments by the variation in the utility belts. His pack followed their beta through it, moving out of the way of someone hurrying, or someone stepping out of theirs until they boarded a shuttle. A pack was already seated on the other side of the shuttle. On the other side. On the other side, their beta, a muscular female with claws that had a metallic sheen to them. I never actually touch on that. I put that there. My intent was to touch on it. Never did. Stood. You may address me as Beta Grinlark Trorel Roshkirak. She greeted them. And I, Beta Turek Selminial. I was expecting a third pack. They're taking their time prettying themselves up, the female replied, while Jeremy and his pack took seats on the opposite side of the shuttle, leaving the center ones for the late pack. We're also waiting on the pilot, so long as... We're also waiting on the pilot. So long as that pack is here before them, no one can complain. Ear code was exchanged between the packs, mostly greetings as far as he made out. He had been studying them, but not being able to respond had taken away some of the motivation to do an in-depth dive into those manuals. Is any idea who we're getting? She asked. Really? Why are you not liking that? This is a question mark. Why are you not liking that? Huh, interesting. You usually don't mind small caps after a question mark. And Thur shook his head, taking his seat. As she returned to hers, a pack entered. You can relax. The second male behind the beta said, Special Ops is here. Unlike the other two packs, their armor was sleek and Jeremy couldn't work out the material. There was a reflectiveness to the black that spoke of polished long strand of polished long strands, the polymers, but those didn't come with the flexibility he saw. On top of the gun and charge packs, each had a different set of devices attached to their armor. Thur groaned lightly, and Jeremy raised an eyebrow. That had sounded a lot like this taste. I'm Beta Zerfiel Frasgor Milan. The Beta introduced herself. She had a helmet under her arm, where the others of her pack had theirs attached to their vest. Okay, why do you... Vest, okay, plural. Okay, and that's an H. Ah. Was the ETA for departure? We're waiting on the pilot, Thur said. I'm Beta Turek Selminial. That's Beta Grinlark Terrell Roshishkarak. They still call you Cub? The male dropping in the seat facing Jeremy asked. He was lean. The short fur on his head, all that was visible, was a deep orange, almost red, with black rosettes. Jeremy identified a few of the devices on his belt as scanners. One for power, another was for material tensile strength. The two others he didn't recognize. I'm the youngest, Hunter Jeremy Bradshaw. Hunter Frostness. If I give you a name, how did I tag you in here? Okay. Yeah, all right. That worked. Hunter Frostness. Tomiran Sel Tutekamo. Their male replied, Before you ask, I bring my namesake to anything that gets in our way. No, right, cursor's on the other one. That gets in our way. Jimmy looked to the others for an explanation. His namesake, Gesnir said, is Tutekamon God of Death, Jimmy said. Having gotten that much, Sel always indicated one of the gods was used in the name, preceding or following it. There were no gods with something approaching Tomarin in their name. It's the bringing him to things that get in the way I'm not getting. I bring death and destruction to any object that dares block our path. You know, just putting doors easier, right? Thor said with some disdain. The folded ears showed he'd realized his lapse, but no one in the other pack commented. Only get involved when the door's being stubborn. Don't be too put off by them, Thros said. Didn't I do a search in... Okay. Why? How did I... What did I... Oh. Changed. Let's go with that to fix everything. Probably the other missile. Don't be too put off by then. Tro said, Special Ops hunters are... Eccentric is the term you're looking for, a female said. Yerika Derimi Orshteritar. No, definitely not the term I was thinking of using. Trolls replied, grinning. Mine leaned closer to insane. That's what makes us so effective, another female said. We make love to just Billy Am the entire operation. Cressy Termer Franck Persiran Rian, she added as introduction. I do persuasions. That means if we get something, if we need something from someone, she handles it. The previous female said, I do it to machines. Everyone in place, a familiar voice said, although Jeremy had never heard his friend sounding so this authoritative. Tom, what are you doing here? He asked before he could stop himself. I need to fix that. My job? All right. You're a hunter? Of course not. I'm not suicidal. The best pilots are almost never hunters, Thur said, which means we don't usually get to have one of them. A male from the special ops said. What merits us getting you? I'm guessing it's me, Jeremy said. Yes, Tom answered, but also no. This mission is important, so you get the best the Bane has to offer. For the duration of the trip, this shuttle is mine. That means I have rank. You're welcome to talk, move about, even have sex, for all I care. But if I address you, I want silence in return. If I ask questions, I want answers. And once we dock, you're leaving with whatever you're wearing, so make sure you time things appropriately. Any questions? You've been informed we're leaving before docking? Beta Zorfiel Frasgor Milan asked. I have. I've been given your departure location. If you plan on changing that, tell me well before we get there, because there's only so much I can do to make a change in path look like this baby is giving me trouble. No alteration to the plan at this point, she replied, and Tom vanished in the cockpit. So, who's for getting to know each other? A female from Special Ops asked. No one answered. Approaching departure point, Tom announced. Just William's whelp, better get ready now. And hope you're all dressed. It's really cold out there. Unlike what Jeremy had expected, once the initial tension thawed, sex hadn't happened. Either too many of his friends were more sexual than the norm, or he was projecting how he wished he could pass the hours of flight on the others. Talking wasn't as much of a distraction as he wished it was. The Special Ops pack, should not be capitalized, stood putting their helmets on, and as they headed for the back, the texture of their armor changed, becoming non-reflective. I'm not going to go on. Shifting polymer. A female from the other pack said, something one of the builders came up with, is what I've heard. Introduction had been made, but Jeremy barely remembered the names. He was having a hard time keeping his mind on the now. He kept having to stop himself from imagining what waited for them. What are they going to do again? He forced himself to ask. Like the names, a lot of the conversations hadn't stuck. Get to the pirate ship from the outside, Urim answered. How are they reaching it? He hadn't seen. That one's going to be capitalized. He hadn't seen any kind of propulsion on them. Ion surfing, I think. The female who talked about the shifting polymer said, Special Ops plays with a lot of stuff only people intimate with just Billy M consider touching. Untested tech, Yamilk said. It's tested once they're done with it, a male from the other pack said. Pilot, Thur said. ETA to docking? 15. Beta, Grinlark, Terrell, Roshkirak, Tur said, standing to the sound of the shuttle being attached to the station. Stay inside until you receive the scan of the docks. Then we deploy discreetly to provide cover. While we meet with the Earthers and buy the pack inside the ship, time to gain control. Once that happens, we subdue them and work on finding out where the prisoners have been taken. Pilot, any information on the Bane from the Bane regarding this? Now, and we stopped receiving signal about the time Special Ops left. We are fully inside a scrambled field. No telling what comms will be like. Testing came in Jeremy's ear from a voice he didn't recognize. Looks to be working. A female said, it's probably targeted since anything else would get in their way as much as ours. You're the ones with the experience, Tom replied. Docking complete. I'll be here waiting for you for to get you back as soon as you board. Try not to bring back any pests. I have standards. I'm gonna. Any pest will bring. We bring anything pest. Any pest we bring, Scaram said, will be in a box and the outside sanitized. Jeremy forced his breathing to remain steady as they exited. The rest of his pack seemed to take this as if it was no different than an outing on a mercantile station, but he knew it was species difference. They were wired to not the tense. Not the tense until they needed to act. While he definitely wasn't. He needed to ask Bob how he dealt with it. 18 base spin was 18 Bay 18. I don't know why I flipped that. Bay 18 spin wise. Or okay, I probably meant traveling 18 bays. Bay 18 spin wise. Thur said, was that to protect us or them? Yetirin asked. The station, Netterl replied. If they fired on us from their ship, debris would damage the hull. Explosions grant a lot of velocity to anything flying away, which converts into kinetic on impacts. Jeremy added to think about something in the now. You okay, Cub? Drisnier asked. I so want this to be over so I can take a shower and just relax. We need to work harder on teaching you not to stress early, Scaram said. I don't know how we can, Urim replied. I certainly tried everything I can think of. Sexual exhaustion isn't a good way, Thur said. The goal is for him to remain alert. I could do with being less alert right now. He kept looking to the right and left, thinking someone was there, gun pointed at them. Ahead, Netterl said. Earthers by the hatch. That'd be them. 3, which became 9 as one looked in, and others exited. Remember, the goal is time, Thur said. The Earthers' weapons became visible early, large rifles and guns. I want one of each, Trost said. Worry about adding to your collection after the hunt is done. They stopped 30 paces away. We told you to come alone, the male Earther in the lead said. We don't let one of ours step into hostile territory unprotected, Thur replied in English. Wow, you've gotten them well trained. You'd think you learned the language back on Earth. Where are the prisoners? the Beto asked. The Earther put a finger to his ears and looked puzzled. Must have been a fluke. All I hear now is this pitiful meowing. Those with him laughed. Thur looked at Jeremy and nodded. I'm here. Where are the prisoners? Oh, they're here. Somewhere. The deal was, I came in exchange for them. And I didn't think you'd be dumb enough to believe that. I guess all this time with the cats made you lose your edge. Send the signal. They can blow up that ship now. The reaction was almost too fast for Jeremy to take in. Even as he moved, halfway through the last phrase, his pack moved. His pack had crossed the distance before it was finished. By the time he reached the fight, 3 Earthers were down, throat opens. Then he dodged and blocked and struck, claws out. He'd expected people with training, military even, but the fight was over too fast for that. They hadn't even tried to put distance between them, forcing the Kelsarians to exhaust themselves keeping up. The station shook. Pilot, status update, Thur called. Ships are undocking, Tom replied. 4, 5, 8, that I can see. Anyone think meddling's happening? And those have seen reason? Yamelk asked. Not after that order to blow up the Bane, Yetirin said. I guess that means we weren't fast enough. Secure the survivors. Thur instructed, we're heading The hatch opened, and they all pointed their guns at the Kelsarian female. Beta Zorfiel Fras Gomilan looked them over, unperturbed. You're a little jumpy. Anyone told you that? Ship secure. Confirmed the prisoners aren't on it. None of the crew knows where they are. They were handed over to some representative waiting for them. So, this wasn't a trap to get me here? Jeremy asked. Can still be, she said, but they'd be idiots to set something like this for just one hunt. The other pack joined them. Glad to see you didn't need our support. The hunt isn't over, Thur said, so don't discount yourselves yet. The prisoners are somewhere on this station. We don't have any information where. We need to find them. We can expect to encounter opposition the entire way. Leave the guns here. Leave the guns there, he added, and Jeremy looked around. His friend and Beta Thuros hurried to stand, hiding the gun behind her. It won't get in the way, she said defensively. Thur sighed, and they considered you the cub. Pack up. We want the station command center, the Special Ops Beta said. Fastest way to learn where the prisoners were carted to. Jeremy saw the effort needed for Thur to keep his expression neutral. When he spoke, there was a reluctance to the tone. Agreed. Do you have directions? Not yet. Unter Yerikaderimi Osh Tiriptar said, but as soon as I find a hardline terminal, I'll get you that, Beta. Thur nodded. Then we hunt. And that concludes chapter 32 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Actually, I am so getting sidetracked here. This needs to be compiled and uploaded. September 2nd. That's what this is about. Ah! We're working. No running away. This is a work day. Can I? You know what? I don't actually like that. Let's leave it as it was. Until somebody complains. Okay, what happens if I do this then? Oh, because, yeah, never mind. I lost that. Let's try this again. Oh, that is even better. Okay. Okay. Unless that's, well, you'll tell me if, fully, you'll tell me if that screws up. But yeah, getting a full paragraph is going to be way better than just a couple of lines. Sorry, Patreon made changes in how the editor works. And I will say this is the first time any of these changes feel good. Everything else before this change, has always been, oh great, something else I need to change how I do things. And here, instead of, oh great, I need to change how this, it's a, oh, okay, you know what, this really makes things better. Like, you know, for one thing, everything's on the same page instead of having to maneuver between different pages. And then the other change, the one I've just realized, is that the free section, because you could always give a hint as to what was coming, was always in a different window on a different page and something like 140 characters. And now it's an actual line I can move. Like, I don't know what the limit is, but I can move it, which means that instead of being fixed characters, which means that, you know, it ended randomly, I can actually give a full paragraph now for somebody just dropping by to view. That's nice. And it looks like I can move it anywhere I want, which means that I could give a bunch of paragraphs if I wanted to. No, wrong button. The one thing is they've changed where some of the buttons are, so fortunately I get a warning before I delete something. I'm not done with that. Come back here. Refresh that. And okay, that's what I forgot. That's something, okay, first time I've got to deal with that. There's the collection. Okay, that's a little, I kind of wish the collection wasn't down the scroll, but honestly, for all the the good that this change made, I'll deal with that one. Right, that is done. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to have to see what this does, because now setting this up here changes things. Oh, okay, that's nice. This does not actually get grabbed. And everything else is normal. I like that. I like that very much. Okay, you know what? Yep. Yeah, this change that that Patreon did to how we post and stuff like I really like it. All right, so that is done. That can be filed. And we can move on. I can move on to the next chapter. Alrighty, confirming. Microphone is on. Turning off. Desktop audio. I am on the correct screen. Correct images up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 33 of The Technician's Fight. Still unable to contact Shuttle, Combs said, and Gargaran nodded, forcefully setting aside the desire to order full thrust toward the station so he could rescue his heart. The role of an alpha was to coordinate first, fight second. While he relished those hunts where the details were small so he could take active part, this wasn't turning into one of them, and Jer had training as well as 2 packs to support his. Short of locking him in their apartment, Gudrun had done everything he could to keep him safe, and he had to hope the gods would still meddle in their favor. The conversation between Combs and her 2 support station increased, then ebbed in disappointment. Whatever they thought they'd manage hadn't worked. I'm getting ships powering up, sensors said. 12. The 6 on this side of the station read and low. Read as. Coming online. The station, while he had people there who could while he had people there would be the best time for them to join in the fight. For him to force him to choose between stopping them and risking killing his people or having to deal with their attacks on top of more mobile ships. Still negative. Nothing there registers as weapons. The ships are leaving the station. Weapons, all stations are active. We are about to be under attack. Orders are to destroy. Confirming all civilians are within safe zones, secondary sensor said. Pilot, evade, let weapons find their own target. Yes, Captain. She answered. Engineering, can I get priority to after weapons? I'm going to need everything you can give me if I'm to stay out of ships that light. Out of the way of ships that light. Doesn't feel right, but that's the closest I can tell. Engineering, Gargaran added. Bring the backup online and dedicate that to ship propulsion. Oh, really? His friend replied, tone dripping with sarcasm. Like I didn't bring that online 3 hours ago. What, you think I don't know how to do my job? I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you for the slight once this is over, engineer. You bet you will. Pilot, you do what you have to and let us worry about ensuring you have the power needed. You are so lucky we did a complete overhaul of the... The voice trailed off. Comms, terminate the connection to engineering. Done, Alpha. Weapons, he said as the ship vibrated under his feet and the position of the station shifted on the screen as they moved. The hunt is on. May you bring your mate the best kill. A ship exploded far too close to the Bane for Gregorian's comfort. A smaller one, giving it the agility to avoid incoming fire, set on a collision course. Kinetic debris on deck 8 through 12, one of the sensor hunters said. Section 18 through 26. Weapons, how many did that cost us? He demanded. 8 guns on that side are out. Too early to say if we can bring them back. Repair is sealing their suit to look over the damage. Engineering here. I've cut power to that section until repair tells me there's no chance relay will explode. That takes 6 more of them out of use. Weapons, can we compensate? He'd ordered the engineer to power them if needed, but overloads could take more of the weapons out, and they wouldn't be easily repaired in the middle of a battle. Sensors, the weapons beta said. Any other ships like this one? Negative. Weapons, nothing that nimble, and everything else is staying well away. Not that it's helping us, the pilot muttered. Too many of them. Weapons, status of the hull for you. Diffusion plating is taking most of the high energy output attacks, and we're destroying anything kinetic above everything else other than blowing up the ship's Alpha. Maintenance, overall report. All safe zones are on low power draw. None of the hull hits indicate they are trying to destroy their way through them. Captain, overall integrity is above 90%. Weakest point is the hold at 887. Quartermaster, they are... I'm well aware what they're trying to do, Captain. The male replied in a surprisingly serious tone. I'm having as much of the supplies moved deeper as I can. What? I want you and anyone you bribe to do that out of there. I won't have any civilians walk the forest just because you're too trusting in your namesake. Really? You think I'm that careless with other people's lives? I'm the only one here. We have automation to bring this kind of stuff when we don't feel like having company. When I don't feel like having company. Gregorian bit back his reflexive reply, unassuming the male would put others at risk. What? Not going to offer to make it up to me? I think thinking you'll have people die with at least worth... Okay. This needs to be... I think that you thinking I'll have people die would at least be worth... Man, did I... at least be worth one night in your bed, and you already know your heart's okay with it. Don't put too much of your trust in your namesake, Quartermaster. If you are ordered to vacate, you do so. Got it. Make my way as fast as I can to the bed of whoever tells me to leave my territory. He allowed himself 3 seconds to close his eyes and mentally curse the male because he had no doubt he'd do it. Then he looked at the screen and studied the ship's movement. Sensor, those 6 ships forming on a wall. What are they hiding? Trying to find out, Alpha. There's a lot of interfering energy from them. I can't get details. Plasma blast fire at them. The ship disrupted some, but didn't move out of the way otherwise. Yep, the pilot said, that's not good. Though the side of one ship bowed out and the explosive decompression sent it drifting away from the others. There's something, but I can't tell what yet. Low energy, I think, or maybe it's just far. Weapons, I need that wall broken, he ordered. Anything that can be spared, focus on that. On it, Alpha. The plasma blasts were so rapid they were nearly sets of lines. Plural. Then they stopped. That's all we can give, Alpha. Those guns are out of power and engineering can't spare us enough for a fast recharge. He watched as the lines reached their destination. He expected those ships. Why do you not like that? He expected those ships to try to disperse as much of that energy as they could, but there was only so much any of those systems could take. Light bloomed, then a second. Two of the ships have exploded, Sensor said. Can't tell if it's from the blasts, plural, or self-destructed. Can't tell what happened. What's happened to the others with all that released energy? Gagran waited, glancing at the rest of the battle, but counting on the pilot and weapons to be aware of the important events there. The explosion turned dim, and all they could see were the ships drifting away from each other. All ships have been disabled, Sensor said. What were they hiding? Trying to get something through that leftover energy. They were curses from Sensor. Then, got it, shifting to mass distortion. The screen changed multiple pale blue dots, a handful of large one in greens and two red ones. One stationary and larger and deeper, and a larger and deeper where the wall had been. What is that? The pilot asked. Pilot, focus, he reminded her, but he wondered the same thing. To be in the reds and deeper than the station, its mass outclassed the Bane by an order of magnitude. Or by orders, plural, of magnitude. It's blue shifted, Sensor yelled. Pilot, get us out of its path. Moving, Captain, Sensor cursed. I'm getting energy output from it. I think, the pilot tapped control. Captain, it's altering its course to stay on us. Weapons, as much as you can on what's coming at us. Engineer, propulsion needs all you can spare. We have something big heading for us. Where the fuck did they hide that thing? Someone on comms said. No motion. Someone from Sensor replied. No energy output unless we specifically scanned for mass. We couldn't see it. Oh, I am so making mass scans standard. Someone else on Sensor muttered. Pilot, doing all I can. We've red-shifted it, but it's turning bluer. It's got more power to put in propulsion than we do. Can you outmaneuver it? If I try, we're sacrificing our speed without a way to know if it'll be enough. Why had he sent Tome to Jer? He needed his knowledge of the ship. Alpha, I'm getting a signal from the station. It's faint and breaks up. I think it's one of ours. Putting in on audio. Iraq, Dread, engine. There was something in the static. Loop it! The words repeated over and over, and he focused on making out the static and making out the static. And he thanked whichever god had meddled and made him send his friend out. Is that Rakmas? Someone asked. That's definitely engine, I think. Too long. He couldn't make out what Tome said, but he made out it was longer. Alex, it's Tome, telling us about the ship aimed at us. Can you make anything from it? Since when am I some ship expert? You found the Erecmas? Comms yelled. Tahunian dreadnought design, one was reported, destroyed 8 years ago within unclaimed territory between them and the Earthers. Alpha can confirm no life form on that ship. Found the design, Alex said. Okay, the reactor is under 8 decks in. He cursed. Weapons? I'm sending you the schematic with the highlighted area. Turek Samian, protect your hunters. Engineering, divert all power to maneuvering other than maneuvering to weapons. Pilot, give them the shot. Senil Haram, I don't call on you often, but be with us for the sake of everyone under my protection. He sighed. He didn't like bargaining with the gods, since they were always the only ones who gained from that. But he had one thing he could put in play. And I will work harder towards being more accepting of your favorite lover. He waited. The voice droned on, sending each other instruction, new details. Weapon asked questions. Someone answered. There was nothing left to do for him to do other than wait and hope. The angle to the ship changed, and he made out some of its underside. Then it adjusted, and its nose was pointed at them again. It's got automated system to protect weak points, sensor cursed. Firing test blast, weapon said, and a long plasma blast fired. It diminished until Gargaran couldn't make it out anymore. Impact, sensor said, and they were far enough he didn't see it. No disruption field. Captain, the pilot asked, looking at him with desperation in her eyes. Permission to invite just M at my side? That silenced the bridge. He read the readings on the screen, noting where nothing there indicated. Yeah, that's going to be. Nothing there indicated what they were doing was in their favor. He had asked the gods to meddle, and to be fair to her, for all the headaches she'd given him, she had been on his side, so why not? Permission granted. Engineering, weapons, I need all the power we have to reset our course. Any chance you'll share what she's whispering? Sensor asked. Only if the captain orders me to. The dreadnought blue shifted brighter. He really didn't want to know what Jizbillion was inspiring, but I order you to. Well, that's automated to stay in line with us, but what can it do if we accelerate at it? It's not going to have to do anything, Com said. It's trying to hit us. If she's telling you to make its job easier, I'd rather you stop listening. It's more massive, so its reaction times have to be slower than us. Only if it's got a comparable reactor to us, Sensor said. I'm with comms. This isn't sounding like she wants us to survive, Alpha. He let the pilot continue. If I change the main trajectory at the last moment, it can't adjust, and we end up under it, and weapons gets their target. Before you tell her to stop, Engineering said as Gargaran was about to do that. I'll remind you, ships don't explode like in the ballads, or even like the one that nearly hit us. We're going to be well past it before something that size ignites something that will cause shrapnel. Even if it even does that, it's more likely to just stop having power and continue on its way toward infinity. Which also pointed out another advantage of this strategy. The dreadnought would never be able to turn in time to be a threat after this. Proceed. Others on the bridge muttered prayers to their preferred gods, and Gargaran waited and watched. And this concludes chapter 33 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Okay, so here I need to change a detail to my process. September 2nd, 4th. And teaser text is now staying blank. What is it? Oh, wait, no, I'm not done with this. I'm forgetting a detail that goes down there. Hey, Metal Man! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Um, the other day you were here through YouTube. You asked a question. Do you remember what it is? Because I only saw it after you left. And of course, I no longer remember what that question was. Otherwise, how are you doing today? What are you up to? Ah, yes, I am on a treadmill. I do 50 minutes of walking at the start of each of my blocks. So I invested in an under desk treadmill um, when I decided this is something I was going to be doing. Yeah, it. I knew the moment I started thinking about writing full time, I knew I could not afford to just sit at a desk and write. Um, I have an ease of gaining weight, which can be easily detrimental to my health. And just walking, just doing exercise is not something that I like. I don't like exercising. So I always have to mix it with something else I'm doing. So I knew that I would not be able to set aside X amount of time every day to exercise. So folding it into my writing became the method I decided to use. And I didn't know if it would work. Like, I did not know. When I started this, I had no idea if I'd be able to stick with it. So, when I started, my rule was 20 minutes uh, once a day. Because, 3 times a week, 20 minutes walking is in Canada, I don't even know what it is anymore, but was the minimum recommended. Um, and I figured, you know what, if I can just do that, the rest of the time, I even bought myself a stool. So I went, the rest of the time, I can just sit down, you know. And I went, so long as I can do that. And I started, and so early enough, I kind of realized, okay, I can do this 3 times a day. So in my pre-writing block, my morning block, and my afternoon block, I would do that. And then the stool started becoming really uncomfortable, so I spent the rest of the time standing. And after a while, I started stretching how long and the speed. So now I'm walking at 4 kilometers an hour, and I do that for 50 minutes, like I said, 3 times a day, with two solid exceptions: read and corrects, because I don't want to record this while walking, and my read and comments on Thursday afternoon. Those are the only 2 times where I don't do that. The rest of the time, things may get in the way. Like this morning, I had to resolve issues, so I did not get any walking done. But otherwise, yeah. You've been considering getting one. You tend to get zoomies. I think it's a good investment. Um, the one advice I will say is don't overdo it. Don't start hard. Start with the bare minimum you think you can tolerate, because like anything exercise related, you want to build your endurance. You don't want to strain yourself doing it. So start slower than you probably think you should, and then just you can, well, I mean, okay, if you know you can tolerate that, that's good. Like, but don't don't start hard just because you think you should. Exercise is something that is best done regularly at a lower pace than hard once in a while. So, you know, but this is about working within your limits and not letting someone/something else impose them. And that something sometimes can be our own ego. So, yeah. Uh, needs to be changed. And how are you doing otherwise? What are you up to today? Writing. Cool. Very cool. All right, I am going to start the read and corrects of another chapter. So, I am going to confirm the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 34 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy leaned around the corner only long enough to fire 3 shots, then was back behind cover. 4 doors down, I think. He was confident he'd seen the tip of a boot in that doorway, possibly someone's shadow from the light out inside in sight on the corridor floor, but the light outside made that uncertain. I want a scanner to confirm. I want? He wanted a scanner to confirm what he thought, but that the hunter with them had gone down his own way a few doors back. Jimmy wasn't sure if it had happened with the beta's approval, but he was starting to understand Thur's dislike of them. The least they could have done was let the other packs know what they were up to. It's in line with what I saw Hunter from the other pack said on the other side of the hall, with someone 2 doors after. The explosion from their opposition was rendered the rest of what she said inaudible. "Lie down," someone said in his ear, and Jeremy looked around for Thur, who gave the signal to move. Gun at the ready, he formed with his pack, and they headed towards the 2 doors, now disgorging smoke. They stopped, gun in on the person who stepped out of the closest room. The smoke thinned, and he saw their eyes were on the device. "This section's clear," the male said, not looking up. "We can proceed." "We had this," Thur muttered, and Jeremy looked at him. He wanted to ask He wanted to ask what the problem was, but he wasn't with his friend right now. Once the hunt was done, he'd be able to shed his rank. Thur straightened, and his voice didn't carry the annoyance Jeremy had heard. "What does the way ahead look like?" "Oh," the male said, not sounding bothered. "There's a barricade with almost a full pack behind them, but I doubt there'll be a problem." "Will you special ops leave anyone for us to deal with?" Yamilk asked, not masking his annoyance. Hunters were allowed a certain level of disrespect toward other hunters. "Why, bored? If you didn't need us, I'd have happily stayed home with my mates." Then turn around, they'd think they're getting the drop on you. Jeremy spun, then moved to the side, so he wasn't blocking anyone else blocking anyone else's line of fire, and scanned the corridor. Too narrow. Too narrow was the impression of it. Suffocating. Where? The motion from the ceiling quieted him. A panel was missing. Ear code in front of him, drawing attention upward. Instructions for the instructions for the pack to aim high, while his kept the corridor covered. They fired as someone looked out from the hole. Looked down from the hole, stopped when the stump was pulled back. Jimmy fired as the head that poked around a corner, but it vanished before he could be sure it had been. Be sure he'd hit it. Let's make that active rather than passive. Ear code asks for confirmation of hits. That's going to be plural. No one gave it. Something was lobbed toward them from the corner. He looked away along the others, and the explosion of light still had him see stars. His ears rang enough. He doubted he could hear someone screaming in them. He ran toward the people rounding the corner, firing at the indistinct forms. For him not to be able to hear anything, the Kelsarians, with their more sensitive hearing, had to be debilitated at the moment. He covered the distance before his prey overcame the surprise of being attacked, shooting 3 down, then clawing the throat F2 before the hit sent him back, the electrical jolt having him grinding his teeth. The surprise told them they hadn't expected him among their target, which meant the stun stick wasn't for him, but anyone they encountered. Whatever else this was, they weren't planning on killing every hunter they encountered. They fought. He pushed through the pain. Either the setting was wrong for him, and for him. He'd have to find out if Kelsarians were more sensitive to pain as well, or they hadn't taken into account his armor. He struck with his gun and claws, grating his teeth when another stun stick hit him. More powerful. That's going to be clearer. More powerful, but not enough to disable him. A punch staggered him, and he dropped his gun. He blocked, slashed, and was shoved away. He stepped forward, and the stun stick in his stomach had him on the floor, twitching uncontrollably. He fought to regain control of his body as shadows passed over him. When someone turned him on his back, he could breathe again, and Gesnir asked if he was okay in air code. It took him 3 tries before he thought he managed to nod. Why do you... It was 2 more minutes before he had enough control to push himself to his feet using the wall. Scaram tapped his shoulder, then motioned for his eyes to hers. From his eyes to hers. I can hear, he said, while she shone a light in his eyes. By the air code he saw, he suspected he was the only one. The conversation settled into assigning guard positions while they waited to regain enough of their hearing to continue. How's everyone's hearing? Better Grinlach Troel Rush Kirak asked, voice raised. Pretty much fine, he replied. He doubted he hadn't suffered damage. But negative, yeah. He probably had suffered damage that would need medical to fix. Got lots of ringing, Tros said, shaking her head as if she could force it out. Others agreed with her. We can't wait here, Thirst said. Hunter Jeremy, you are our ears until we're over this. Take the lead. Hunter, yo larimal rogrethef karifst. Are you operational? The male picked up the device off the floor and looked at it. Still working. The upside of this is that there are no barricades anymore. My pack's waiting for us. There. Jeremy joined him, glancing at the screen while listening to out-of-place sound. While listening for Out of place sound, a scanner of some kind, but he couldn't make sense of what he saw. Multiband. The man said without looking away from it. Takes a while to learn to read it, but it tells me just about everything about everything around us. The only thought Jeremy had about that was that it was too small for everything that implied it did, which had him chuckling. Kilsaran did nothing small as far as he was concerned, so that thing was even more impossible than it seemed. Can I get one? It's years of training before you can do anything with it. Thinking more about opening it up to see how it works. The male snorted. He'll make an enemy of our builder if you do that. Maybe you can introduce me and I can convince him? Another snort. He's only into females. Jeremy rolled his eyes. There are other ways than sex to convince someone, you know. The male grinned. But they aren't as fun. Jeremy couldn't argue with that. My pack's ahead. My hearing seems to be fine now. What are you doing to my hunter? A female yelled in the distance. Treating him like a hunter, Thur replied. The way you should too. I treat him like a hunter, one with eyes to see through everything and knows when he's better served following what he sees. Independence is not a flaw. Thur's grumble was filled with annoyance. It is when you can't depend on them to be where you need them. He did my job. He did my job. He did my job easier. Okay, this is probably he made. He made my job easier. Jeremy pointed out, counting on their friendship to the glare said he'd overstepped. Going to check something, the male said, and ignored Thur's orders to stay. Jeremy stayed silent. Beta, he said, when what was left of the barricade came into view, along with the maintenance panel. I want to check that panel. There might be something to help against. Oh. Okay, who am I talking about here? Going to check something. Okay, that is Jeremy. No. There's too many tools involved. No, it is Jeremy. Where the hell did he get a lance? Oh, wait, no, okay. All right, okay. Okay. So, yeah, this is Jeremy. So, I need to make changes. Okay, I don't need this. I do not need this. So this becomes that, and here. Beta, Jeremy said when what was left of the barricade came into view, along with the maintenance panel. I want to check that panel. There might be something to help against another of those grenades. Go. He had to force the panel open, then search through its content until he found a rupture sealant, along with the welding lance. He put a line of the sealant on the length of his hand on the floor, and it expanded until it was almost as large. Prying it off required using a knife. Then he used the lance to cut it down to shape, trying to insert it in his ear until the fit was somewhat comfortable. With two, he barely heard the discussion. Making a Kelsarian one gave him pause. Scaram, I need to borrow your scanner. He kept her from leaving so he could scan her ear. What are you doing? making sound mufflers. The ear canals sort of not too far from the bottom of the pavilion, so it wouldn't be complicated to insert it. You just have to make sure to leave an extension to grab when it was time to remove it. Against the sensory grenade? He nodded. The real problem was that he'd have to do test fits, and those weren't comfortable. The ideal method would be to fit the to be would be to fill the canal, let it let the foam expand and harden. Then remove that. But he wasn't attempting that with something designed to fit hull ruptures. With how hard it had adhered to the floor, it might rip the ear out in the process. If it's going to block something that loud, how are you going to talk? He froze. That hadn't occurred to him. You have ear code. You can't make it. Right. One problem at a time. Didn't tell him which one was the first problem he needed to tackle. Isn't this kind of protection something you all carry? Something like that's illegal within the Federation. Okay. Like that grenade. Illegal within the Federation. Some law because of how the Ridoshi hear, and certain sounds can kill them. Don't remember exactly. And everyone respects it? She shrugged. First time I've suffered from it. Even Tahornian's pirate never throw something like that at us, and if there's one bunch that doesn't care about laws, it's them. Hunters. They're called status. We can use this to make sound mufflers. We just need to carve sections to fit our ears, but it blocks just about everything. I figure I can make one that has an earpiece in it, but not here. What do we have? You didn't say you had a builder in your pack, the Special Ops Beta said in a teasing tone. Then leave it. We have a hunt to finish. You can work on it, so we have them the next time Earthers get in our way. Form up, Betas. Actually, form up. Just Beta, your pack worked. Has your pack worked out the way to the center, to the command center? Indeed, Beta. She replied, I didn't even have to order Yol to do it. Jeremy read the annoyance in his friend's ear, but Thur remained silent. The grenade exploded still in the air to a brightness that rivaled the first, but no sound came other than blowing apart. Trolls returned to firing on the barricade with the rest of them. Jer shoulder checked. Probably, yeah. The Earther before she brought the pole. Okay. Yeah, it's the first draft. I'm probably going to leave it like that. But basically, they're now fighting with whatever they find, and that's sort of what I'm trying to establish here without saying it. But I'm going to need better wording. But I'm not doing that now. Before she brought down the pole on the panting Urim, then punched her as hard as he could. He didn't have time to kill. Too many of them were down due to exhaustion. The section of the corridor in which they'd been ambushed was narrow enough it made it difficult for the hunters to relieve each other, so that in spite of being nearly twice as numerous as the Earthers, Jeremy was the only one left not fighting exhaustion. He grabbed another Earther by the back of the collar and pulled down, then kicked him in the head. He fired at one on the other side of the corridor, then ran at the next one, punching them on the way to the next to another. The only thing that they had going for them was that no one they fought seemed to have military training. They certainly knew how to fight, but lacked the precision in their strikes Jeremy gained through his training. Jeremy had gained through his training. seemed to be military. I want to remove the training here. Seemed to be military. They certainly knew how to fight, but lacked precision in their strikes Jeremy had gained through his training. Hunters took one down. Jeremy slammed a pole into another's chest. Something hit the back of his head, and he was on all four, fighting for gravity to settle. A body fell next to him, face raked to the bone, legs around him. Orders to protect him. He told gravity to go fuck itself and pushed up. He grabbed onto an arm to help him further, and a hand headed to the help. Jer? A little woozy, Beta, but I'm good. He straightened. The hunters had gathered around him, some on the floor catching their breath, while others waited to be unleashed. The Earthers surrounded them, a variety of items for weapons. Hunters? Turek snapped. We die so others lived. They replied as one, the roar of their voice shaking the Earthers, and they took advantage of the surprise. If your scan hunter had been with us as is procedure, Tur said in the effort to keep his voice calm, visible to Jeremy, this wouldn't have happened. We won, the other Beta replied, not quite as dismissively, but certainly not as seriously as Jeremy thought the situation called for. The victory had been hard. Half the hunters were on their back, and not all of them because of pushing themselves to exhaustion. Too many injuries to fatigue because of fatigue caused mistakes. The three packs medic were going over everyone, patching cuts and securing broken bones. One female had a sheet over her. Their one casualty. One, when they fought all those Earthers, was amazing, but it was still one too many. One which wouldn't have happened if they had known the ambush was coming. She wasn't from his pack, and he was ashamed he couldn't remember her name. And what about the next ambush? Thur demanded. We will deal with that when it happens, Beta. We fight in the now, not the future. Thur wasn't happy to have his words used against him. Status, he asked, turning away from the Beta. One casualty, Skyrim said, reporting the obvious. A few broken bones that have been set and will sustain non-combat actions, and everyone needs to rest. Hunter Ygrem Oro Imalas should be confined to bed for a few hours. We don't have hours, hunters. I've given him vitamins and boosters, but this is showing me that if going up against Earthers becomes a regular thing, I'll need some form of stimulant added to my pack. I'll bring it up with the Alpha, Tur said. Just give me a few minutes, the male on his back said. Hunter, Tur looked at Jeremy. I'm just winded. Whenever you order us to move, I'll be ready. He hated that he couldn't think of something to help. There was always teleportation if he wanted to attempt the impossible. That would fix all the problems fighting Earthers caused, until someone else managed it as well, and then maybe it was a good thing teleportation was in the realm of fiction. Earthers, with that technology, would be a bane on everyone else. The male, Hunter Ygrem Oro Imalas, stood unsteadily. The Beta consulted each other, then gave the order to move. It was pure luck they hadn't stepped into the ambush. Hunter Ygrem Oro Imalas had fallen, trying to keep up, being too much for his exhausted state, and someone from his pack had heard something in the distance. Someone startled. She described the sound as. Her Beta had sent her and another from her pack to check, and they'd return with report that the Earthers had waited at the back of adjacent corridors. Whispers of meddling and thanks to various gods followed. Tell me, Tell me this justifies that mail of yours not. Thurlow complaint was cut short by the panel on the opposite wall opening. The male behind it looked up from his scanners as the guns pointed at him. I found us a way to bypass all of this. The male's beta smirked. Thur grumbled wordlessly the entire trek to the command center. And that concludes chapter 34 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Angel, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're good. I had to change the baby's clothes and bedding. Oh, that. Well, I mean, baby, so not, not a kind of situation where we can go, well, they shouldn't have done that. But otherwise, how are you doing? What are you up to? Alrighty, this becomes 6th. From the heat warning, trying to think of what kind of pet companion you want to give the FMC detective. Ah, cool. Why is it open multiple places? Oh, right, I've got two. Okay. Before this one, I need to do Harker one. This is going to be interesting for me because Cedric should speak with a French accent. And I don't know if I can pull it off. I'm so used to speaking as proper of English as I can, because his accent is much heavier than what slips through me. What slips through my desire to only speak proper English. I'll be right back. Alrighty. No, actually, let's do that. I've got to go with this one. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Ultimately, I don't know if I am going to post anything for the Harker, unlike any audio. Like, I don't know. I'm unsure what I'm going to do with Harker other than post it to Patreon and my website. At the very least, unsure what I'm going to do until I have an actual story to tell. All right. I'm confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming. This is too bright. I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, I'm reading a short for the Harker Academy. The floor shook. Continue with the exercise, Cedric said, walking between the groups of three as they worked on what would be their year-end test in magical craft, making a containment spell. With an application of his will and a hand gesture for flourish, he made the scaffolding of the magic encasing Harker visible to him, and him alone. It wouldn't do to distract the students. An overview showed nothing out of the ordinary. He moved the representations, looking for the disruption that had to be there. Whatever had caused the shaking to be felt this deep should have registered. What he wasn't seeing, that he wasn't seeing anything was a worry on its own. His phone buzz. C'est Cédric, he answered, motioning to a student to return to his practice. The school is under attack, the dean said in a calm tone that impressed him if she was right. She'd always impressed him with how level-headed she was, along with how important the students' welfare was to her. But few people who weren't battle-hardened could say that and keep the panic from their voice. Why are you not liking that? Voices now. From their voice, I can't reach the rest of the faculty. He glanced at the scaffolding, looking for the intrusion point. Are you certain? I can see someone tearing the landscape from my window, she replied, still surprisingly calm. I will see to it. He replied, then terminated the call. Articac, the crystalline form unfolded itself from the corner. Yes, demonist. Time for you to earn your keep. Take it over the class and assist any student who require it. Yes, demonist. Bryce fell into step with him on the way to the classroom. Fell in step. I don't need it with him. On his way to the classroom's door. Outside, Cedric called a personal number. I'm already on it, Tracy replied, sounding like he was running. My wards are not showing any signs of intrusion, which means magic is involved. Can you point me to the right direction? He stepped outside the building and heard fighting. If I say, Tracy sounded like he searched for what to say. That Ra's opening his eyes. Does that mean anything to... He ended with a shriek. Meaning Egypt. Egyptian magic. He pondered. It wasn't really a thing he knew. You know what? I don't need the he knew. It wasn't really a thing. But people had a habit of getting hung up on details like that, and it tainted their magic. But that would echo across his wards, so not that. God of the sun, he mused, opening his eyes. Could it be morning? It was afternoon. East. Focusing on that side of his ward gave him nothing new, but it was a place to start. Tracy was never wrong, but he also was never clear. He wished he had more time to study the situation, but it needed to be stopped before students were hurt. Bryce, transporte-moi à l'est, s'il vous plaît. His ward to prevent teleportation in, out, and through the school grounds stopped his spell as well. I don't like to. Good. It's fine for dialogue, but I don't like it in narration. His friend and bodyguard grabbed him and was already growing his blood-red suit. Stretching as his body did as he put him on his back. Tiens-toi. The now more simian-looking man jumped. Okay, I need to make alterations here. You know what? No, I'm going to make it before. Because ultimately, the characters will have been described before, but I need to throw in description. Like, the one I'm kind of missing is that Cedric is a dwarf, but that comes in later. And also, because I'm from his point of view, I can't really do it. But um, Bryce, I want to establish some of how we look. Nothing big, but he's Samoan. So, um, oh boy, how is that spelled? Come on, open that. Samoan. Okay. Um, that's on my list. His friend and bodyguard grabbed him and was okay. The now more Samian looking man jumped, and Cedric observed the campus from his new vantage point. Valiant security robots were holding back what seemed to be low-level powered thugs while students ran for cover. A young man interposed himself between a small group of students while a fire blaster haphazardly blasted away from them at nothing. They were out of sight before he could puzzle out what had been happening. Bryce landed in the middle of thugs, sending them flying before he leaped again. Cedric saw one of the students punch a thug, and the woman landed meters away. Then they, too, were out of sight. Quelque chose! Bryce yelled over the wind. The tear in his ward was visible, as was the woman standing before it. Cedric sighed. He should have guessed she'd be involved. Bryce's landing sent dirt at her, which didn't reach. She turned, looking unconcerned as Cedric dropped from Bryce's back. Well, 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 she said, smirking. If it isn't the dwarf and his pet monkey. Really, Malice? That's what you go with for insult? It's as if I'd settle for calling you une putain. You know I hate when you speak French. He grinned. I do. A quick scrying confirmed they were alone. Bryce, please go assist with protecting the students. Are you sure you want to be alone with this bitch? His friend smirked at Melissa's glare. She had wanted to be insulted in English. S'il vous plaît, Cedric replied. C'est pas ma première fois que je dois dealer avec elle. 5 minutes, max. She's a sneaky bitch, Cedric. This time the grin was filled with pride. And I'm the demonist. You know what? Today is not the day she gets the better of me. You call if you need help. Je promets. Je te promets. Je te promets. Bryce leaped away. Alone at last, Millie said, like it was his father who had left and she had intimate intentions toward him. Let's not do this, Melis. She smiled. He sighed. You have done what you were paid for. You let them in. Leave now, and I'll consider it. And I'll consider if I need to chase you after the situation is resolved. Paid? You think I had to be paid to take down this brainwashing thing of yours? There is no brainwashing taking place here, Malice. We are teaching them to. Anything the government has a hand in is corrupt, she yelled. I do not disagree, but the government does not have. She snorted. Don't waste your time with me, with lies, little man. I've read the transcript. Uh, Uh, Mainly to establish that where they come from. Like my co-scriptor pointed out, it was kind of odd that there would be transcript, but this is government stuff, so there's always transcripts. He'd let Valiant deal with how the government had let those be accessed. If they left you thinking we allowed them to direct how we would educate the next generation of heroes, you did not read well. This is your last chance, Melis. Leave now or face the consequences of your actions. You don't scare me, little man. Very well. He closed his wards, seeing the tear had made it easy for him to see her workings, and they were impressive. But he wasn't the most powerful of this plane's sorcerers simply because he said so. Her workings shattered under his will. She didn't turn her back to him to see what had happened, but her surprise was loud on her face. He tapped the cane on the ground, and he let it go to remain standing as he rolled his when he let it go, it remained standing as he rolled up his sleeve. Did you really think your magic is stronger than mine, Malice? You're nothing, little man. You need to work on your repertoire. I would offer that you study at our library, but I expect our collection is well above your comprehension level. You son of a bitch! With a series of gestures, there were now 12 of her. He had his cane in hand, spinning it while crafting the shield around it. Each of the arcane blasts that impacted was real, which, in theory, made this one of her more effective workings. But Cedric knew this opponent through many attempts on her part to prove she was stronger. While they each looked real, summoning was not Malice's magical area of expertise or even of interest. The mind was where she excelled, which made her excellent at illusion as well as manipulation. She'd shown a gift for shield crafting and had had to learn offensive magics simply because she dedicated herself to freeing people from the government's control. Which meant this was Cedric's response. The crafting activated, and the wave that burst from him passed through the illusions. Only Malice gasped in pain, holding her head to the far left of where she'd been. Still overconfident in your mental shielding, I see. So they crafted small blasts, and even in her distracted state, she deflected them. He recognized her working, and instead of trying to shield himself from it, he opened the gate through which a confused creature fell. It snarled, looking around, then saw him and bared its teeth, only for the working to hit. It screamed in pain, clutching at its head as its mind unraveled. Still sacrificing others, she panted. Je suis le démoniste, Malice. If the name makes you think of something nice, I worry about how you were raised. And throwing something that exists to create suffering in the path of actual suffering does not give me pause. You should have used something more powerful, sir. You shouldn't have used something so powerful so early. Now you have nothing left to. The blast cut him in the side and sent him down. He hurried to his feet, a shield before him, while he retook his cane. While he retook his cane. He stared at the crystalline creature pointing at him, magical energy still crackling over the hand. Artikak, what are you doing? What my summoners instructed, demonist. The magic flowed from within the creature to the hand, and the angles arranged it into a blast that shattered his shield, sending him down again. His green vest smoking, smoked. Having taken the blast, c'est impossible. Cedric returned to his feet. I skied you thoroughly when we found you. He jumped out of the way of the next blast, cursing all the practicing he had done with the creature, teaching it how to protect the student. He had taught it how to defend himself. He defended himself in the process, or rather, his preferred method. I did not know how I had been summoned until my instructions came. The next blast deflected off this altered shielding, and two gates opened on each side of the creature. Being of blood and hate jumped on it from them, and Cedric's shield blocked Malice's blast. Je t'ai pas oublié! A gate behind her, and a being of fur grabbed, only for its arm to go through the illusion. Call it a tabarnak! I hate when you do that. At least she couldn't do anything until she made herself visible. He focused on the creature, preparing a crafting to assist the outer dimensional being, only for it to rip the last one apart. I am sorry for being so careless with your summons, demonist, but my instructions don't allow for anything to get in the way of me killing you. He changed the crafting, and the energy he sent was enough to shatter buildings. He'd deal with the repairs to what was behind when the energy struck the creature and diffracted within it. It looked at the colors moving within in surprise while Cedric did so, stunned. I apologize, it said. I did not know this was something I could do until now. I believe it's one of the reasons my summoners chose me. Who summoned you? Cedric demanded, putting crafting within the words. You know what? As someone who summoned creatures from the other dimensions and enforced his will on them, commanding was among his stronger magics. He didn't use it against people because it was the kind of magic that didn't leave minds of this plane intact. Unlike what the media liked to say about him, Cedric did like the people on this plane of reality. I do not know, it said, surprised. I did, Malice said, appearing behind and to its left. What for, merde, Malice? You don't do summons. But for the creature not to know something that was embedded in itself by the magic used in the summons meant whoever had done it was on par with him. He only knew of 3 who rivaled his summonings, and unless things had changed, the agreement of non-involvement would apply here. Cedric squared his shoulder. The scale of this fight had changed, and he had to attack. Malice yelled, sending a sloppy working at him. He stepped aside and around those he couldn't block, the toe of his boot leaving a line in the dirt. While she couldn't order the creature, its instruction to kill him aligned. So he needed to avoid them too. Don't let him finish! The line connected to where it had started, and the design on the ground flashed green. The next blast. Harmlessly diffused against the wall surrounding him, making it shimmer green. You have encased yourself, the creature said, puzzled by Cedric crafted. That is an interesting strategy. He couldn't count on what he'd learned about it during their practice. There was no telling what had been unlocked when its summoner had instructed it, so Cedric went for something that would kill anything he knew of. It's one way, Malice yelled as he unleashed a crafting at the crystalline creature. The arcane webbing wrapped itself around it, energy fighting against the matter as it pulled it on itself, tightening. The creature compacted under the force, but Cedric didn't take that as a victory. It could will itself into a dodecahedron, much smaller than its whole volume said should be possible. Not every extra-dimensional creature was forced to obey the laws of physics of the plane they found themselves on. But it meant that, for the time being, he only had one adversary to contend with. Now, Malice, you are welcome to attempt your usual move when you find yourself about to be defeated. Try to run. Bryce isn't the only one who energy struck his shield, and Malice smirked. So full of yourself, little man, she said, and he looked over his shoulder at the far too young man, focusing intently on the magic he was projecting. At least it wasn't one of his students. Cedric didn't know what he'd do if he'd missed one of them being intent on his death. Do you really think some wildling with you mesmerized into serving you will be enough to keep me from making you pay for your part in this? He had planned to teach on teaching her a lesson and letting her go. Professional courtesy, he'd call it, if one of the others questioned his actions, but she was annoying him now. I didn't mesmerize them, Cedric. I'm not the only one who recognizes the evil perpetrated on us by those claiming to be there for our protection. Please spare me your speech. How can you serve them, Cedric? She asked earnestly, when throughout history their kinds have hunted us, burned us, drowned us. I do not serve anyone, Malice, and I do not hold people accountable for action of others. Those in power here have done horrible things, but they are not the ones who hunted practitioners of the past. Now, just those of us in the present. They want to brand us and send us to be cremated. And you want to steal everyone's will, Malice. I don't see how you are different. And unlike them, I have the power to stop. She smirked. Do you now? How about me and my friends put that to the test? More blasts joined in, and Cedric looked around, shaking his head at this waste. So many young men and women he could have helped, but now, by taking part in this, the best those who survived could hope for was to have their magic ripped out of them. He couldn't allow someone willing to do this. He couldn't allow someone willing to do this the power to attempt it again. And this time, it meant Malice too. Tu vas trop loin avec ça, he said, crafting. I can't let you ever do this again. Like you can stop us, she said, victorious, adding her workings to the attack against his shield. 12 of them against him. They didn't stand a chance. With a screech, a crafting shattered and the crystalline creature unfolded itself. So much magical energy within it that it glowed. I am sorry, demonist, it said, but now you die. With a curse, Cedric changed his crafting. 13. 13 changed everything. He couldn't afford to take chances anymore. He focused on strengthening his shielding while mentally calling. The spear of mental pain had him screaming and down on a knee. Malice laughed. Did you think I'd let you call your pet monkey, little man? No, not this time. This time you reveal yourself for the weakling you are. I am the strongest sorcerer. After this, the world will have no choice but to acknowledge it. Cedric would laugh at the boast if pain wasn't all he was at the moment. Even if she were to defeat him, there were plenty stronger than her out there. He ignored the crack in his shielding in favor of finding a small piece without pain inside him, a place he could think and craft. When he found it, he worked quickly crafting spell he often used when going up against groups which used telepath to coordinate their actions. A spell that cut off minds from others, and he slammed it on himself. Not falling over from the lack of pain was hard. Not letting himself fall into unconsciousness from the relief he felt, harder. But he couldn't allow it. He couldn't give her the satisfaction. When he locked eyes on her, she stepped back and he smiled. He needed his cane, but with it, he grabbed his cane and pushed it to his feet. His shielding was seconds from shattering under the cursed 13, but he could do a lot in a few seconds, so long as he could disrupt 13. He set the crafting at one of the wildlings, something strong enough to end whatever it touched. They had sealed their fate when they sided with her, and Cedric was no longer in the mood to give second chances. Other wildling reacted to his attack, and because of 13, protection that shouldn't have been enough to stop someone spitting merged together, pulled from the magic connecting the 13 magic wielders, and worked against him and stopped the blast. The cursed luck. He crafted another attack, but the first success emboldened the wildlings, and they acted to protect this target with intent instead of desperation, and that made the protection stronger. Cursed luck, she'd managed to pull 13 at her side. couldn't know its power. Not with how hard people like him went to make sure 13 never showed up in places where it could give inspiration, going as far back as removing Abraham from the cadre of around the Christian Messiah, reducing his disciple to 12. Let people think 12 was a number of power. He couldn't focus on offense without sacrificing his defense, and he needed to survive until Bryce arrived. He would have started moving the instant their mental bond was silent, but Cedric couldn't know how long it would take. His wall shattered. Under 13, and he crafted shields as quickly as he could, having to let some of the energy through and letting his clothing absorb that until their protection was overloaded. He was on a knee when the ground shook and the assault stopped. In the peace of Bryce's roar, Cedric realized something his anger had masked. "C'est pas les enfants," he whispered, not having the energy for English and knowing Bryce would still hear him. "T'es pas sérieux?" Bryce replied, offended. "T'as accès à une bombe nucléaire puis tu veux me tirer comme une pétanque? S'il vous plaît, Bryce. Fais ce que tu veux avec les deux autres, mais pas les enfants. On peut les aider." With a snarl, his protector faced Malice and the crystalline creature, his body growing, ripping the rags that were all that was left of his clothing. Malice was always wrong about Bryce, Cedric thought. The Christians were wrong as well. His protector didn't look like a demon, despite the red skin and fur. He certainly didn't resemble a monkey. He had more of gorillas in how he looked. "All right, you little wildlings," Bryce growled. "He spared your life, but he said nothing about how much I can hurt you. So you better run, because once I'm done with eating those two, I am going to hunt you, and I promise you that I will not get bored of hurting you anytime soon for your part in this." "I am sorry, Bryce," the creature said, "but I cannot let you stop me from following my instruction. I will have to kill you as well." Bryce snorted. "I guess you just volunteered to be the first serving." Cedric wished he could have watched Bryce render it into dust, but exhaustion pulled him into unconsciousness. And that concludes this short story, which is one of the events within what will be the big, the climax of this book, when I ever write this as a book. So I hope you've enjoyed this. If you do, leave a like. If you want to know when more chapters from this will be uploaded, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this, that will be on my website and Patreon. And if you want to listen to them live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Lion Pride, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? All right. I am not going to post this or schedule this to be posted right now because I want to wait for the owner of Cedric to... He said he would do a second read and let me know if there's anything he feels that needs to be changed. And I need to do translation work. My co-scriptor, who does not understand French, basically went, I get that the French is very fluid, flows very naturally, but I didn't get anything, and it's really annoying. So, good. Yesterday was fun. Sure. All right, I'm going to. All right, I'm going to do the other read and correct. This I'm not recording. This is just. I just want to read to clean it. Well, clean up. I want to read it, fix any problem, and congratulations, Lion Pride. Eric smiled as he felt the cool breeze under the shift under the underpass. The rain was ending. He'd enjoyed the peace and isolation the rain had created. As much as he liked being around people, those moments alone were good, especially after those 3 years. He got up and threw his pack over his shoulder. The sun was already out from behind the clouds, the drizzle barely noticeable. He could wait a few minutes. He wasn't in a hurry, but he'd been lying there for 3 hours and he felt like moving. A little wetness wouldn't hurt him, he told himself, as he stepped out from under the bridge and raised his head to the sun. The combination of cold drizzle and warm felt good. It felt normal, and normal was still amazing, even after a year of it. He began walking. It had been a pleasant rest after This is fairly old. Do I have information on when? 2017. Very old. It had been a pleasant rest. But even if he didn't have a schedule to keep, he still wanted to reach Tyrannus eventually. Half Bridge had been nice. He'd spent a day there just talking with the people, getting a sense of how things had changed while he'd been away. The woman running the motel there, where he'd spend the night, a lovely hippopotamus, had recommended he head west along Bessborough Road until he reached the expressway. He'd just told her he was planning on following the main way, as it meandered along the river trench, or Old Tyrannus Way, as he found it was called now, or simply the old way, as she'd used. She'd said he'd be walking for days. No one used that anymore. The only way to go. Okay, that's going to be at the end of a phrase. The only way to go to the city now was the expressway. Hitchhikers stood by the ramp, she explained. And doing that, he'd get a ride in no time and be in Tyrannus in the early afternoon. He'd thank her. He thanked her for the advice, caressing her hand, and she'd blushed. Something that is not stated here because he's the point of view, but he is human. This would not be the first story. This is not Creature of the Past. Creature of War comes before that, and that establishes the world. So the fact that there's humans and furries will be stated there. So I don't feel a need to really state it, and clues are given further down. And it's not like there's anyone reading this. So, well, that's not true. There is a few people on my Patreon, but this never was what I was hoping it would be. And she blushed. Eric suspected her reaction had more to do with him being human. Oh, okay. I just say it there. Then the gesture itself. Well, he'd noticed a few human furry couples. They didn't seem any more prevalent today than when he was in the army. He still kept to the old Tyrannus way. He didn't need a ride. He had all the time in the world to make it home, and if he got a few more days of peace and quiet before the hustle and bustle of the city, well, he'd enjoy that too. Of course, there was another reason he was taking his time, following a road peppered with small communities instead of having arranged to be there faster. He wanted to postpone surrounding himself with technology for as long as possible. He didn't want to hide away from it. That wasn't who he was. But considering how the last year of the war had gone, being able to cut himself from technology as much as possible had been good for him. In a few days, it would be all around him, even if Tyrannus had barely changed in the years he'd been gone. There would still be technology in most places, and he knew Tyrannus had changed. Tyrannus wasn't called the City of Soaring Dreams for nothing. There was always someone there making something new. And not just builders, ordinary folks, humans, furries, alike, making the world a better place, adding to it. Just from the glimpse he'd gotten from those small towns, he knew Tyrannus would be even more amazing now. He adjusted his pack and wondered if any of the buildings he'd known would still be there. The Grand Lightning had to be standing. No one in their right mind would take down that hotel. It was the cornerstone of Tyrannus. He wondered if the swamp had finally been fixed. The city had always been talking about it when he joined. The city had been talking about it when he joined the army, but nothing had happened by the time he'd been deployed. He hoped the people were as friendly as ever. That had always been what he'd admired about the city in his youth. He'd heard on the news about how this neighborhood had attacked that one, another city, but that didn't happen here. Sure, they had their shares of problems. Out of control powers fighting each other, or the insane builder losing control of an invention and destroying a few city blocks before people came together to stop it. But they did come together. Tyrannus might be a big city, but it was still a community and people helped each other there. At the end of the day, they all picked up the rubble and rebuilt together. He smiled to himself as a car passed him. The lovely lady at the motel had been wrong. People still use the old Tyrannus way. This was the third car he'd seen since starting walking this morning. The first one had even stopped to offer him a ride, but Eric had declined. 20 minutes later, as he reached the top of a hill, he saw the car that had passed him stopped at the bottom. I still do it a little bit, but I used to use a lot of commas where there should be periods. The hood was up and the driver leaning against the car, looking at the device in his hand. He'd seen many. Oh, by the way, Lion Pride, if you're still there, feel free to post link to the book in the chat. Yes, my mind, yeah, I don't, yeah. He'd seen many people with those in the small towns, but he'd been careful not to look too closely at them. He didn't want to know what they were, or worse, how they worked. It would come, he knew, but not yet. He wanted to prolong his ignorance for a while longer. The man was a lion, dressed in gray pants and gray suit, and Eric waved as he got closer. "Are you okay?" The man shook his head and put the device away. "Car died, and of course there isn't any signal here," he sighed. "That's what I get for wanting to take the scenic route back home." He ran a hand through his graying brown mane. Eric smiled as he looked at the gunmetal gray car over. Now there was a color he never thought he'd see out of the army. He didn't recognize the model or the make. And looked away before he saw any other details. Is anyone coming? He asked. Not until I find a place where this thing gets reception. He tapped the pocket where he'd put the device. Eric had worked out there were some sort of wireless communication devices. Most of the time, the people with them had them to their ears talking, but the lion had only been looking at it. He fought the temptation to look at the device and see how it worked. Not yet. Not until he reached the city, he told himself. Peace and quiet until then. But he knew it wouldn't happen. He wouldn't simply walk away, leaving this man stranded. But he could keep it to something simple, like a car. Do you want me to take a look? Maybe I can get it working and you won't have to worry about getting reception. The lion smiled. Go ahead. I certainly don't have anything to lose. He extended his hand. Walter Reinhardt. Eric Clarkson. He shook the hand. Then stepped in front of the engine and looked at it as he dropped his pack. You know a lot about cars? Walter asked. Eric smiled. I fixed up a few. The engine looked nothing like what he'd worked on, even in the army. Things might have changed even more than he thought. No, he'd known that. The radio-like device in Walter's pocket made that clear. But he'd hoped that had been an exception. Some builder device that had been reproduced and sold to the public. If this engine was any indication, the changes were broader than he thought. Try starting it. Walter sat behind the wheel and the engine turned over. It did that a few times, then stopped. Never catching. Eric didn't see anything, but he felt the prickling at the edge of his mind. All he had to do was stop pushing it away. That's all it does, Walter said, stepping out of the car. I don't know what could be wrong. It went in for an oil change 2 weeks ago. Eric nodded, not really listening. He knew that if he did that, stopping might be difficult, but he could help. If the price was his peace, the quiet in his mind, then so be it. Try it again, please. He let out a breath. And when the engine turned, it happened. Lines appeared, superimposed on the engine, outlining the parts, connecting them. Symbols appeared over some lines. He'd never seen them before, but he understood them, just like he now understood this engine by looking at the schematic floating above and through it. No wonder it had looked so different. Over half the components were controlled by small boards smaller than anything he'd seen. Electricity ran through them in ways he didn't understand, but the schematic expanded, showed him the relays, the circuits, told him this was a decision-making device of a complexity that baffled even him, and he made things that broke the laws of physics. He forced himself back to an overview as the engine stopped turning over. The schematic told him the electricity was flowing well and that the fuel lines weren't obstructed, but still there was no combustion. As he traced the airlines, the design began changing. The section for the engine made it larger, doubled the pistons, made the fuel lines narrower with numbers beside that showing how much more powerful and efficient it would be. Eric closed his eyes. Nope. The design persisted in the darkness. The changes expanded. One of the decision-making circuit highlighted, expanded, added a layer, and Eric managed to push that away, and darkness had returned. He felt the prickling, but it was at the back of his mind. Not quite demanding to come forward to be used, but it wasn't content to be silent anymore. Are you okay? Eric opened his eyes and everything was back to normal. The schematic was gone. All he saw was the engine as it was, not as it could be. He smiled at the lion. I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. At least he'd seen what the problem was before he had to stop. The way you're looking at it, I was expecting it to start talking. Are you a ticker? Eric shook his head. He knew that was a term used now for what he was. He'd worked it out from news stories he'd read in the papers, but he still preferred what he'd been called in his time in the army, a builder. I think I found the problem. Do you have any tools? The lion hesitated. I'm going to have to go check. One of the builder's first rule, always have your tools, which was why Eric had dumped them. He'd been given a second chance at normal after the insanity that had been his last year in the army. He wouldn't carry anything that reminded him of that time, that reminded him of the machine he'd built. He looked around the car to see where Walter was. The trunk was open, and he heard him rummage through it. Further back was an electrical pole with a transformer. The prickling roared back. And before Eric could stop it, the transformer's design blossomed before him. Lost himself in it, and for a moment, it was an amazing thing, far more efficient than those of his days. But was it as efficient as it could be? The thought came unbidden, and the design changed. He wrenched his gaze away with a silent curse and pushed it back. He was done doing that. The only thing that would come from that was madness. Another headache? Walter was next to him, holding a bundle, remnant of one. Are those the tools? I hope so. They were in the spare tire well. Only thing in the trunk I didn't put there myself. Eric unrolled it and found a crescent wrench, 2 screwdrivers, and a ratchet wrench with 4 different size sockets. As he looked for where he might need them, nuts highlighted themselves on the engine. Then the prickling retreated without Eric having to push it. Are you sure you're okay? Let me take a look at you. Eric smiled. I'm okay. Just got lost contemplating how I'd do this. The lion frowned at him, but didn't push the issue. The screws holding the cover were in plain sight and were plain old cross groove. He grabbed that screwdriver and had the 4 of them off. Get behind the wheel and I'll let you know when to try it. He pulled the cover off and revealed a rectangular cavity. In it was something black with gunk. What he remembered from the schematic told him that this was the air filter and that it was clogged beyond use. He pulled it out. Try it now. The engine turned twice and caught, running smoothly. He put the cover back and screwed it in place. You're a lifesaver, Walter said. How did you do that? He looked under the hood and made a face on seeing the rectangular, greasy-looking black air filter. It was the air filter. I could tell by the sound when you tried starting it, he lied. You said someone looked at your car recently? Oil changed 2 weeks ago. He looked disgusted. They're supposed to do a basic engine check at the same time. I don't know where you traveled to, but that isn't 2 weeks' worth of gunk. When he looked at it, his ability didn't even whisper to him. There was nothing mechanical about it. By itself, it was just filtering material, probably paper, held in a plastic case. His eyes drifted away from it to the engine, and lines threatened to appear. He pushed them away. He had enough with the memory of the car's design. He could still envision the transmission extended under the car, as well as some of the changes his ability suggested. A year since he'd last used it. A year of peace and quiet gone. He wouldn't be able to fully quiet his ability now that he'd used it. What was it his grandfather liked to say? Getting the milk back in the bottle after you've drunk it just doesn't happen? Maybe not. But he could keep it as quiet as possible. You're going to want to get a new filter in as soon as possible as you can. It's there for a reason. He put the screwdriver back and rolled the pack closed. He took that and the dirty filter to the trunk. There was a small box with what looked like rags among travel bags and a few things that reminded Eric of the hospital tent. He needed two to wrap around the He used 2 to wrap around the filter and a third to get as much of the gunk off his hands. He could see the well Walter had talked about, so he set the tools next to the box of rags. Oh, he couldn't see the well. He shut the trunk, then the hood. I hope you have a good trip. He grabbed his pack and threw it over his shoulder. Are you heading to Tyrannus? Eric. Erin? No, Eric. Eric nodded. How about I give you a ride? It's okay, I don't mind walking. Son, the city is over 2 hours away by car. You're not getting there anytime this week if you're walking. Lord knows you saved me a lot of aggravation. The least I can do is see you there. Eric hesitated. He'd wanted to see the city come into sight slowly, or was that just something he told himself as a delaying tactic? Are you sure it isn't a problem? The lion chuckled. This car can sit 4. I think it's going to be able to handle just the 2 of us in it. Get in. Eric put his back at his feet and sat on the passenger side. Seatbelt on, son. He almost asked Walter what he meant, but saw him pull the belt from the stop near the door above his shoulder and clicking in the side of the seat at his waist, explaining why it was called a belt and not a harness. He found it in the corresponding place on his side, then fumbled with the free-floating metal clip attached to the fabric strip until he managed to clip it into the buckle attached to his seat. He did his best not to focus on it and how it might work in case it sent his mind working on it too much. But he thought it was a clever thing, certainly something they could have used in the military convoy. The car smoothly got back on the road. What's taking you to the city? Going home. Walter smiled. A Tyrannus native, so am I. What part of the city are you from? The swamp. I'm from Great Oaks. Eric looked the lion over. He didn't look like a farmer. I thought that was all farms. Walter canted an ear in amusement. So your side of the city is as ignorant of mine as we are of yours? I mean, you guys still built your houses under the water, right? Sorry. Eric blushed, both at the implication he'd behaved pretty ignorantly in thinking things would have remained the same, and because of how he might have given himself away. Don't worry about it. There's still a few on the outskirts, and we still have a great farmer's market. How about you? Finally got the housing above water? Eric rolled his eyes. We only get at most a few feet of water. I think the most we ever had was 5. He stopped there before he gave a telling detail. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by that. I know. Eric forced himself to smile. It's just a good reminder. I shouldn't make assumptions. You could have felt insulted I implied you were a farmer and pushed me out of the car. Walter laughed. Actually, I was a farmer when I was a kid. My dad was the last one to own a farm. It was just me and him. Mom died giving birth to my sister, but she didn't live long past that either. He tried to make it work, but paying for the helpers just got too expensive. He sold the farm, got enough from it to retire and pay for my schooling. How about you? I doubt you've been farming, but you're what, 26, 25, 26? Not even close, Eric thought, but he said 24. That had been his age when he shut down that thought hard. So what do you do? I joined the army at 18. Do you like it? Memory of taking fire, the chaos of running from cover to cover, not knowing who in his unit was still alive of the bodies. He shook his head. I just couldn't think of any other way to leave the swamp. I guess living there isn't easy, but it's still home, he sighed. So I'm heading there to see what the place became while I was away. Did you travel much? Walter smiled. All the army's advertising make it sound like it's all tourism these days. I saw army bases, that's about it. It doesn't matter in which country they are, they're all the same. They must have given you days off. Didn't you take the time to see the sights? Eric shrugged. Never made the time. It wasn't like there had been more than the ruined buildings he'd had to hide in, where he'd been, and getting at the closest town was just asking to be shot at. Walter gave him a sidelong glance. The way you talk sounds like the army wasn't for you. He smiled bitterly. It got me out of the swamp, and I survived it. That's about the only good thing I can say about the army. Walter nodded, then they were silent. With nothing to distract him, there was only so much of the river he could take. He felt the urge. He felt the urge to look at the car's dash. Let the prickling loose and see how it worked. It was so much more advanced than anything he'd driven. More than once, he looked at the radio with the numbers and light, along with the time, and or the screen above it indicating the route they were driving along. He felt it push forward, saw the lines begin to form, the schematic for the board take shape, and he pushed it away. It didn't matter how they worked. He didn't need to know that. If he went there, madness was all that would wait for him. To keep temptation away, he closed his eyes and leaned his hand back, thought of nothing. When he opened them again, a look at the bright clock told him they'd been driving for an hour and a half. In the distance, he could see the mountains. If they were visible, they were getting close to the city, and as he thought that, he saw a point appear on the horizon. It looked as if it was at the foot of the mountain, even if he knew they were miles apart. And that was the tip of a building. Only it didn't look right. The Grand Lightning was the tallest building, and while he hadn't been there himself, a kid from the swamp didn't go to where the rich hung out. He'd been familiar with its profile, the 5 lightnings at the top, around the not quite even peak that mimicked the mountain behind it. He'd always wanted to see it, find out if the stories were true. Did Lady Cavanagh really bring together the 4 elements when building it? Did she really honor the Lord Tyrannus in every room? Did they really sacrifice virgins in the basement to ensure the hotel continued standing? Eric didn't think that last one was true, but you never knew with the old families. Some of them were strange, even by Tyrannus' standard. Maybe this would be his chance. He could stop here on the way home, wander the halls, explore the basement. Maybe he'd find the furnace. Do you know what that building is? He asked. Walter peered into the distance. That would be the Holmstrong Tower. I guess you wouldn't know about it unless you've been keeping up with city news. They started it 6 years ago. So around the time you enlisted, they finished it last fall. It's taller than a lightning. Walter snorted in disgust. Yet another building, trying to outshine our landmark. Like it's got any chances of doing that. I wonder how long it's going to take them to realize it doesn't matter how tall they build. The Grand Lightning Hotel will always be Tyrannus. Sounds like you're a fan. Ever been to it? Got married there. He smiled proudly. Had to pay for it myself. There was no way my dad was going to hand over the kind of money they asked for. If he had his way, I'd have been married in a barn. That had been good enough for his wedding. It should have been okay for mine. But I wasn't going to marry my Mirabelle in a barn. No, I gave her the most extravagant wedding I could think of. His smile became wistful. Eric had seen that expression on his grandmother's face when she remembered her husband. How long were you married? Almost 30 years. She died a decade ago. I'm sorry. Thanks. We had a good run. 2 kids, each of whom gave us grandkids. I miss her, but life goes on. Eric nodded. It did, even when you weren't in it. But yes, I'm a fan of the lightning. After the Lord Tyrannus himself, Lady Cavanagh might be the most important person to this city. She died well before my time, but she still lives in the architecture she brought to the city. And the Grand Lightning is her and the city's heart. He glanced at Eric. How about you? Have you been to it? Not yet. Walter smiled. It's well worth the visit. Eric nodded. More towers appeared, some with flat tops, some pointed. One was too thin to be anything usable. Another might be 2 tower and not one. Nothing resembled the peak he remembered seeing standing on the roof of the building where he'd grown up. Can you stop? Eric asked, his chest tightening. I need to get out. Are you sure? It's still going to be at least a couple of hours for you to reach the city on foot. He still slowed and pulled off the road. I need to take my time with this. I need to take in the city at my own speed. Walter brought the car to a gentle stop, then offered his hand. It was nice meeting you, Eric. Hope your return home goes well. Eric shook it. It was good meeting you too, Walter. Thanks for the ride. He grabbed his pack and exited the car. Once the car left, he looked at the handful of peaks he could see. Tyrannus was home. He was certain of that, as was the swamp. But what of his home? What was waiting for him there? The building? His family would be gone. His parents would be dead, have died years ago. His siblings? He'd been the eldest, but now even the youngest would be old enough to be his grandfather. How many had died while he was away? If they met him, if he told them who he was, how would they react? They wouldn't believe him. Tyrannus wasn't so extraordinary that a brother returned from the dead, because that was what he was in relation to them. He would have died in the war with all the others. How could he explain that the explosion that had caused the perfectly round lake he'd woken up next to had spared him and brought him here? How could he do that and not touch on what he'd done? How he was responsible? He'd had trouble dealing with the implication. How could he expect them to even begin to understand? How would he even go about looking them up? He felt the despair come, and he pushed it away. He didn't have time to feel guilt over what had happened. He couldn't even be entirely certain he'd caused it, just mostly certain. Him being here was a chance to move forward, for whatever reason, be it the Lord Tyrannus, the true one, or the living God. He was still around now, today, and while he wasn't ready to go to the swamp to see what had become of his home, he couldn't deny that Tyrannus called to him, and from the moment he woke up, he couldn't deny that Tyrannus called to him from the moment he woke up. He hadn't made it all this way over the last year only to be scared to continue. The city had changed, as had he, but he was still him, and it was still home. And he needed to go home. Well, thank you very much for the follow, Vat. I'm almost thinking of actually recording it next week, of redoing this next week and recording it. Welcome to the stream, Vat. 2 paragraph. I mean, do you mean the last line or those that came before it? How are you doing today? Chance to move forward for whatever. Okay. This is actually 2 different phrases. Him being here was a chance to move forward for whatever reason, be it the Lord Tyrannus, the true one, or the living God. He was still around. Now, today. And while he wasn't ready to go to the swamp, it was timed, while he wasn't ready to go to the swamp to see what had become of his home. You're right. You are correct. I'm not sure why this got cut off. He couldn't deny that Tyrannus called to him, had from the moment he woke up. He hadn't made it all this way over the last year, only to be scared to continue. The city had changed, as had he, but he was still him, and it was still home. And he needed to go home. Yeah. The whole of Tyrannus as a world is rather special to me. And I kind of wish Tyrannus is Tyrannus is what I called all these stories because they mainly take place in the city of Tyrannus. And when I started this, there, was nothing more. Like Tyrannus was all there was. The world didn't start expanding until much later. Basically, the world didn't start expanding until I wrote Creature of War. Until I started Creature of War, because technically it's the founding of Tyrannus that started the expansion. Because the founding of Tyrannus deals with the past of the city. What is the incident that led to the creation of Tyrannus? And from the founding of Tyrannus came a Creature of War, which became the exploration of the point of view character from the founding of Tyrannus, Lord LRK, who becomes known as time progresses as the Lord Tyrannus, who the city is named after. And that takes us so far in the past that it's basically today. Because this is the thing about this world, is that it always started today. It always started in sort of our world. There is differences. The big one is that there are people who can invent things, and these things can break the laws of physics. And with that ability comes an affinity for insanity. So when the story starts in Lord and the Creature of War, these people are called crazies. And I kind of went, it was my play on the mad scientist. Like I went, okay, this is where the concept of the mad scientist is, because their ability to change reality means that they're not entirely sane. And the stronger they are, the more insane they become. And through that came inventions, and at some point the ability to create furries, to create anthropomorphic animals came about, and these beings started being used as soldiers, and their genetics would be tinkered with and all that kind of stuff, and they could not reproduce and all that. And through all of that came a group that, for reasons no one understands, are off matrix, and that means they have abilities. And this is when the main character comes into play, the point of view character comes into play, LRK-84, who's a lynx, and he has elemental abilities. But the thing is, like, he doesn't He is not born with that knowledge. He isn't created with that knowledge. And literally, it starts with the moment he wakes up. And the plan was, yes, he's but basically, all in that time, all the soldiers are anthropomorphic animals. And they've been tinkered so that some of the aspect of the animals are what make them good soldiers. Like a jaguar, a cheetah will be fast. A jaguar will, be agile and all that kind of stuff. But because people are people, they're always trying, they always want better. They started tinkering with the genetics so that nearly all furries are stronger than they would seem, are more agile, heal better. And through this tinkering, every so often, one comes about who is off matrix. And this is where LRK84 comes into being. You like this story? One of the mistakes I probably made is I made this story exclusive to my Patreon. Which means that for someone to read it, they have to support me, even at $1. And I think I'm asking too much of people. But yeah, this is literally the definition of a passion project. And I burnt out. One day, I really, really want the passion to come back for this project. I have, honestly, this is the kind of thing I would need a team to get this done. You are on book 3 of your passion project, your first writing project. Oh, congrats. Congratulations. Are any of the books available anywhere? Are they published, or are you still working on getting them ready for being published? Well, feel free to put the link to them in the chat. The big mistake I made, and this is one like everybody goes, yeah, but you don't have to stick with it, is that I promised. You don't know how? Well, do you know how to get the link? So if you go to, okay, how did you publish them to Amazon? Did you go through Amazon directly, Kindle, KDP Direct, or did you go through Draft to Digital? Okay, if you go to your KDP page and your bookshelf, if you look at the title, at the book in question, under the price, you will have a view on Amazon. And if you put your cursor over it, you've got all the available Amazon. If you right-click on one, or just click, like if you just click on one, it's going to take you to that Amazon page, and the link at the top is the link you want to put in the chat. That's going to take people directly to that book. As an example, I'm going to do some self-promotion, and this is one of my books. Wait, no, sorry, that's one of yours? Really? Come on, I told you to copy the bleeping thing. And there we go, that's one of mine. The Shape She Left Behind. The Archive of Quiet Things. That is nice. Well, here, the question to ask yourself, like I have no judgment. How are the sales for the store for these books? Do they compare? Are they in line with what you want them to be? Well, there's that, but the thing is, like, there's also, okay, here's the thing. Pretty much everyone who publishes ebook, who writes and sells ebook, will tell you you're overpricing them. They will all tell you that. But the truth is, you are the one who decides what the value of the book is. There will be consequences. Like, clearly, the more expensive a book is, the less it sells. But are you okay with that? Do you prefer targeting the class of reader who is willing to pay more? Because, like you say, they're looking for an experience. Or do you want to target the masses? Then my advice is leave it as is. See what happens. You know, if you are not doing this for the specific purpose of making money, allow yourself to let it be and see what happens. You know, and the thing is, you can always change your mind. You can always go, well, you know what? It's been a year, nobody's looked at this. I'm going to do something different. And the fact that it's on Kindle Unlimited opens the door to people reading it anyway. So, you know, you'll have people reading it, and then those who really, really like it, who get what you're going for, won't mind paying that price. Like, the mistake I made with the Tyrannus world, the world of Tyrannus, and it's only a mistake because I'm being very stubborn about it, is that I promised that this would never be seen outside of my Patreon. This is exclusive to my Patreon, to the point that if Patreon ever shuts down, this story will cease to exist. This world will cease to exist. Now, the truth is, if Patreon ever shuts down, I don't know if I'm going to stick with that. But I cannot get myself to post this anywhere else. It would be a cool concept if people came to my Patreon to read it. Honestly. I've got a few things about it that are free. Let me pull up some things. Dash collection. I'm also very, very, very bad at self-promotion. I want to confirm because I do make, okay, there we go. That's free access. So This is the opening to the founding of Tyrannus, chapter 1 and chapter 2. There's only 2 chapters in that story, and they're both, I'm going to double check that, but they should both be free. If you go to the folder, the collection for it, there's something before that, but it's an introduction. It's me talking about the world, the story. Holy cow, never mind. Wow, there's 5 chapters for the founding of Tyrannus? Jeez, this is a way bigger story than I thought. But it's all free. All 5 chapters are available. So, I will be right back. Yeah, basically, you know, as the introduction says, Oh, thank you for joining, Angel. When I came up with this idea, one of the thing I wanted this to give me was the ability to write anything I wanted. So the one constraint I gave myself on this world is no aliens. This was always going to be about the world. I wanted the feel of the stories I would tell. Not all of them, but actually no. I wanted to be able to tell whatever. If I want to do a police mystery, I could. I wanted to do a superhero action, I could. Magic, like anything, including porn, because back then, porn was something I wrote regularly. You know, and I set up the rules that way, such as only furries can have superpowers. Humans have super science. And that's cool. This is, to me, it's part of fun, making the world what we want, and then deciding what it's going to be, how it's going to work. But so yeah, so you know, I decided those 2. Magic is a gray area because magic to me is more about knowledge than being made in a specific way. And Tyrannus, when I envision it, is a lot like Metropolis from the DC universe. Like, it's a big city, lots of high tech, but also some very ancient parts to the city. Like, Tyrannus is not the oldest city in this new world, but it is among them. I love it. I love this world. I so want to be able to return to it at some point. I think something I need to do, because right now with my Patreon, there is a flaw. Well, the thing is, two things in my case. One, I write in part as a living. So, working on something that's not going to give me any, that's not going to produce any, that's not going to bring anything in, has to be way lower on my list of priority than working on a book that has a readership. And the other thing is I'm burnt out. Like, I love this world, but I don't really have much creativity for it left. I've got ideas, but anytime that I look at it, anytime that I hit myself with the, yeah, but nobody gives a damn. Like I said, people don't read this. So, or very, very, very few people do. So I think one of the things I need to do, I think I need to restructure my supports, my tiers in Patreon. Because right now they're all encompassing. If you support me, you get everything I write. And I think that is hurting me in some way, because I'm all over the place. I write science fiction, I write fantasy, I've written urban fantasy, I've written porn. So people can't come to my Patreon and know what they're going to get. And I think I need to create tiers that are just one set of story or one genre. So a tier for science fiction, a tier for fantasy. So that, if nothing else, I think that would give me a sense of why people are joining my Patreon and give me a sense of where the interest is. I.e., am I wasting my time writing science fiction? I love it. I love the story I tell, but do people care? Are people willing to pay for that? Right now, I don't know, because when they join me, they get access to everything. And unless they specifically tell me, I've got no way of knowing. Part of it, if I'm going to do that, I'm almost certainly going to have to reduce the price of the tiers. And a fear that comes with that is a loss of income of everybody switching to an individual genre, an individual category, and my income dipping enough that it becomes an issue. That is one of the factors that has gotten in the way of me doing that. And I don't know how realistic it is. I don't know. I am also very resistant to change. It doesn't matter how much good I think changing something will do, I always resist it. I'm very comfortable in the way things are, regardless of how. Oh yeah, we definitely are. Regardless of how not efficient it might be. So every so often I look at it, I should change, and then I go, yeah, but it's work. And do I really want to do work? What are people gonna think? And I talk myself out of it. At some point I will hit a breaking point and I will do something about it. But I don't think it's today. But yeah. One of the things that happens, I am considering using a loophole in my promise to Tyrannus. Because the promise is worded this way: no one will ever be able to see this story outside of Patreon. Or more precisely, nobody will be able to read this story outside of Patreon. Which means that I could post the audio of it elsewhere. Except for the amount of work that would require, it is tempting. That and the fact I've got nowhere to post that. Well, sorry, no, it's not that I've got nowhere, because I've got my YouTube. I'm already posting my read and corrects there. But the amount of work, because if I were to do that, because of who I am, I would want to do a good job of it. If I were to make a physical book, you're going to give away at least a few. Oh yeah. I have given away some of my books. But yeah. One day I'll figure out what to do with Tyrannus, and I mean, there are dark stories in there. There are hopeful stories. Honestly, I have an entire epic plan for this story. Like I said, ultimately I would need a team to get this world done. Because if, like let's say that the stories in this world would bring in enough money that I could write simply in the world of Tyrannus, I have enough story to keep me busy till the day I die. I have enough ideas. I've got a second age of Tyrannus in my mind, because I know how the first age of Tyrannus comes to a close. And that would be an epic in its own. And some parts are written. I've written some part of Reborn, which is the lead up to the crossover event that would close off the first age of Tyrannus. While this is not written as a comic book, a lot of the inspiration for the feeling of it comes from there. One day you'll be drinking coffee with Stephen King. Cool. I certainly hope you manage that. But yeah, it's if nothing else, I would love to finish A Creature of War one day, to bring that story to its conclusion. The last thing I said about the world? Oh, I don't know what I said. This is the thing about me, this world. The thing is, I talk and I am not someone who plans what he says. I simply talk. I mean, the best thing I can say, the best thing I can say is, when I shut down the stream tonight, there'll be a VOD. If you remember, look it over, because it's recorded. So I just speak. What I say doesn't, there's not a running memory keeping track of what I says. I just talk. I've got a few filters in that I've taught myself that have become instinctive, but there's very little thought put into what I'm going to say. So when I get going like that, I honestly cannot tell you what I said. But yeah. Yeah, this world, I love this world. Like I one day. And this is a world like this is a world I get lost in reading. Like every so often, um, I will simply pick one of the stories and start reading. I can lose hours reading reading stories in here. It is sometimes a problem. What's the name of that thing? I want to install it. Yeah, come. You're off to work. You're reading the 5 chapters in your lunch break. Alrighty, cool. Oh, damn it! Please, this is that gonna work? Did I put in the right? Um. Well, actually, okay, it does work. Cool. You too. Bye. This is where I go. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. I will be back in about an hour. So I hope to see you all there. And good afternoon, everyone. Hello, Vale, who fights cats. Welcome to the stream. Sorry I wasn't there when you arrived. If you are still there, I hope you are having a good day. Yay, I managed to refill this thing without spilling water this time. This afternoon, it is Chapter 10 of Monster and Bad Men. It is going to be an Alex chapter. And all right, how am I going to do that? You, you get it. So, your AI is getting poisoned. There's no way you can think this is in the past. M&BM's last name. Boy. Oh, that's hope. That's not lost hope. 3,000 words. I'm probably gonna have to look for a place to trim that. At least in 3, hopefully in 4. Alrighty, well, with my writing done, I will end the stream with a raid to Game of Tome. It's still that month, for a bit more than a week. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step in the morning, and in the afternoon, the Technicians Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.